6:31. We will now call this meeting to order. This meeting of the Seguin Independent School District has been duly called, and the notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. 1B, pledges to the United States flag and Texas flag, followed by a moment of silence. And today we have Kai Nolan, 5th grade student from Tennessee, to lead us in the pledges.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Now we'll have a moment of silence, and we ask that you keep the families of Pacheco and Mano in your prayers. So now we'll move to item 1C, superintendent announcements.
Good evening, trustees and all guests. The announcements today are lengthy, so forewarned. It's hard to believe October is almost over. Our staff and students have dealt with a lot over this past month. Some good, some heartbreaking. I know our Seguin ISD community is resilient. Nonetheless, we've experienced some painful moments. Since our last meeting, students have continued to give us plenty to be proud about in Seguin ISD. Last night, I thoroughly enjoyed the talents of our Seguin High School choir students at their fall choir concert. It was a wonderful show for all involved. These students also recently represented the district by singing the national anthem at a Spurs game. The Mighty Matador Band received first division ratings at UIL region and advanced to UIL area for the 4th consecutive year. Given how much I have seen and heard the students practice outside central office, I know they put everything they have into their performance. We are Matador proud of them. I would like to congratulate our theater programs at Seguin High School and AJB on their recent productions of The Wizard of Oz, Youth Edition, and Beetlejuice Jr. A special thanks to the SHS Theater Department for performing for our pre-K and elementary students. Tonight marks the end of the regular volleyball season, but the Lady Matadors are in the playoffs. They are co-district champions, and the players had a 100% passing rate for the first 9 weeks. What a great example of the Matador mindset. How about that big Matador football win Friday night? What a finish. I know we're all looking forward to this week's final home game against New Braunfels. Best of luck to Coach Daly and the entire team. Our visual arts students are also getting some local recognition for their talents. 2 students received awards at the Guadalupe County Fair. 2 more students also won grand prize and first place in the Buck Fever poster competition. I'd also like to congratulate the 9 MVLC students who have completed their graduation requirements this year. We are so proud of your hard work and determination. Dr. Hastings is doing a great job of leading MVLC. He is just one example of the fantastic principals we have leading our schools here in Seguin ISD. As we approach the end of October and National Principals Month, I want to thank each one of them for everything they do for our students, our school, and our district. We launched our ministerial alliance this month and had a wonderful turnout for our first meeting. The 30-plus people who gave us their time are just proof of the amazing community support we have here in Seguin ISD, and we are grateful. Early voting is underway for Guadalupe County voters here at Central Office from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. Election day is 1 week from today. To learn about Proposition A, please visit SeguinISDPropA.com. Thank you to our Seguin ISD families for participating in our family engagement survey. We appreciate your feedback. The surveys for our students and staff opened yesterday morning and will be open through November 11th. I want to take a moment to honor the Matadors we recently lost. Our hearts are still hurting, and once again, in true Matador fashion, our students, staff, and community have come together. The district continues to provide counseling for those who need it during this time. I want to acknowledge that mental health awareness and interventions are necessary at all levels, and we must ramp up our efforts to reach students and staff in need. Being kind to one another is a great step toward creating an environment where everyone feels that they belong. Thank you to our teachers, staff, and parents across the district. We have had a busy and challenging month. I want to remind our staff that we are one team. We have each other's backs. Learning together means supporting each other and our students. The sense of community is how we can elevate excellence in our district. Finally, I'd like to take a moment to thank two of our district's biggest supporters. Our trustees, Mr. Benito Amador and Mr. Carl Jenkins. Tonight marks their final board meeting as Seguin ISD trustees, and I assure you, they will be missed. I have had the immense pleasure of working with them as part of the team of 8. And now we have some plaques that we would like to offer.
You know, Mr. Ben Amador isn't joining, but we this first, good calls. Students, staff, and school board of Seguin ISD hereby recognizes Benito Amador, District 6, from 2016 to 2024, for outstanding service as a board member and advocate for public education. So Ben, sorry you couldn't stick around anymore, but we enjoyed having you as a board, and thank you for your service. Ben, even though he's not here. Carl Jenkins. The students, staff, and school board of Seguin ISD hereby recognizes Carl Jenkins, District 1, from 2016 to 2024, for outstanding service as a board member and advocate for public education. Carl Jenkins. By himself.
said she would Photoshop Ben in.
And at this time, I would just kind of let each board member, if they want to say something about both Carl and Ben on the board, if they want to share something, maybe start off with Grace.
Well, having not been on the board but a year, I depended on these guys here for their wisdom, and I always appreciated Carl's wisdom and Ben's too, in helping me get through my first year here as a board member when you had a deer in the headlight blank look sometimes with me. So that meant a lot that I was able to have some good role models.
Carl and Ben came on together in a time where we really needed a strong school board, and we really needed people who cared about kids to step up and step out of their comfort zone to something they probably never thought they would do. and they did it, and I'm really proud of them, and I'm so happy I got to know you over these years and to serve with you, and it's been an honor.
I just want to thank them both for their service and their heart for the Seguin ISD. And Carl, since you're here, I really do thank you for being my board buddy when I first came on and kind of showing me the way. And I do want to publicly apologize for getting lost in Buc-ee's when we went to a conference, which you know, might have had to call in the authorities because I was lost for so long, even though I was standing right in front of the entrance. Anyway, but that's, you know, I apologize. It's a big Buc-ee's, yes. But I apologize. I stressed you out, and I apologize. But I'm going to miss you very much, and you have a big heart, and I know that there will always be room for the Seguin ISD in your heart, so thank you.
I echo both what Grace and Linda said, like being the new guy for a long period of time. I appreciate your mentorship and your continued friendship as we move forward. And I look forward to being able to hang out with you outside the boardroom. But it's going to be kind of sad to see you go. Same for Ben. He's always been over here on my right-hand side, and I was lean over if I needed to, and he was there, but not anymore. So we're going to miss you guys, and really appreciate all your service and all your time. You and Ben.
Thank you, Ms. Carl and Ben. Once again, thank you for your 8 years of service. Most of the people do not really cannot comprehend how much time a board member, as a volunteer, spends. Lots of homework and the decisions that have to be made. And we've been through some good times and some rough times. The rough times is mainly through COVID. So we were able to make it through. And once again, thank you for being with us. And we enjoyed the time. We'll continue to be friends, and I'm sure you'll still be strong advocate for public education. Now we'll move on to the next item, is the board reports. We can start off with Grace.
I think the most recent highlight that I have right now I'd like to talk about is the Wizard of Oz. I was able to go the other day and just simply enjoy the freshness of all the kiddos out there just acting their hearts out and doing such a good job. It was a pleasure to watch all of them. I knew a bunch of them. They did such a really good job. And Monkey, oh my God, I hated that monkey when I was little, and he made me hate him then because he's so scary. But I loved him because he's one of my guys, I know. Anyway, but I just had the best time with watching that theater production.
I feel like we should loan the monkey out to any elementary school who needs to scare children or something. Anyway, I will be quick, but I'm going to highlight 3 things because as a parent and board member, I got to witness 3 things that make Seguin ISD Seguin ISD. One of them is HEB camp, and the things that you get to see kids do when you go to HEB camp is amazing. So I went with a group of 14, 11, and 12-year-old girls, and one of their teachers, and then her daughter, who's also a sub. and went around with that group with another group of 14, 11, and 12-year-old boys. And we did, you know, all of the things together. But I think one of the most amazing things was seeing kids who had never ridden a bike before and couldn't ride a bike get from not riding a bike to riding around in the parking lot and saying, look at me, look what I'm doing. They were so proud of themselves. And I feel like when you accomplish those kind of things, you realize that you can do things. Even if you, oh, you know, my friend does that, I've never been able to do that, I'll just never be able to. I think they can see that they can with supportive adults right there for them. And then their supportive friends cheering them on. Those friends were getting off the bikes and cheering for their friends that were riding, cheering when they caught a big fish or when they fell down in the river and got all wet and helping them out. And it's a blessing to our students, and it's a blessing to get to know the staff and parents of students like that. After the tragedies of that same week, there was an impromptu candlelight vigil at the high school. And again, seeing our staff just see it on Facebook or see that it was happening and just show up for our kids and just be there for kids. Some coming from other towns, they commute to the high school every day, coming and staying from beginning to end, making sure the kids are okay. It's a special thing to see that we have that kind of staff and that kind of community. And then the Wizard of Oz, of course I'm a little biased because I do love theater, but to see more than 3,000 elementary students see live theater, some of them for the first time, sometimes it's not even in a language that they understand, but it transcends that. And to see them get so excited and so scared and so invested. And I hope that when they get to the high school, they'll want to give the same experience. And I know that a lot of those kids on stage had that experience of theater when they were in elementary school, and they're passing the torch again. So those are three special things that I think you don't get everywhere, and they just show you what kind of district we have that's special.
It's always hard to follow her, but nothing to report.
My list is a little extensive, from going to volleyball to football games to Prop A presentations at 3 different schools. We had our SEF annual meeting. I attended a fall choir concert. That was fantastic. Beetlejuice at AGB and the Wizard of Oz at Seguin High School. And I want to say, at one of the volleyball games, my 92-year-old mother got to go, and it was her birthday. And they honored my mother after the game, and all of the volleyball players came and took a picture with her, and it was just so sweet. And in the midst of all that they are going through, losing a teammate, that they would, you know, take the time to do that. It was really special. And I'm just so incredibly proud of them. They have played with grace and determination, and they deserve to be co-champions. And wish them all the best as they head to the playoffs. And just a show of hands, if you were in the stands Friday night at the football game, yeah, you should all come to the next football game, because that is against New Braunfels. And I know the mayor always does a bet with the city of New Braunfels. She puts some pecans on the line, they put some sausage on the line, and I think we're all going to be eating sausage this year. So I will leave it at that. Go Matadors.
So, similar stories, I'm going to give a little bit of board family feedback from both of my elementary school kids who got to go to Wizard of Oz. They said it was absolutely amazing, and the youngest, who's in first grade, talked about it for probably like 2 hours after we got home that day. So it was one of the funnest field trips so far, and we really had a good time. So I really appreciate the high school doing that and making sure we're opening it to the elementary school. He got a better report out of Wizard of Oz than he did the fair, which was kind of surprising because they got to do a lot with the fair, so that's cool. Like Denise said, the opportunities that these students have in Seguin ISD, like not just in the classroom, but the things that we're doing for them outside the classroom too, like this, are truly a unique experience and fantastic, and something that I really want to make sure we continue doing within the school district. So events for me. It's been busy working with Liz and working the Prop A and going to Midtown Week last week, or Crosstown Week last week, which was fantastic. Got to go to the football games, 8th graders. Most of those guys I coached when they were in 6th grade, when they weren't playing for middle school yet. So it was really great to see those two teams come together, and exciting to see that they're going to be moving to the freshmen and then coming together and playing together instead of head-to-head for the 2 years. So that's going to be really exciting. And then, of course, volleyball, middle school volleyball. I got to tell you, I think we're really going to have a good several years of volleyball coming out of the middle, from what the high school has now and continue on for at least the next 5 years, I feel like. So it was really exciting to see the community come together, and that's all I have.
I'll make it short. We all went to the TASD conference in San Antonio from September 27th through the 29th, where we all attended several sessions during the time frame. On 10/25, I attended a Zoom meeting concerning the Morath versus Kingsville lawsuit, which we are a part of, and started in 2023. So it's an ongoing lawsuit. The 15th Court of Appeals will hold an oral argument from both sides on November the 18th at 8:30 a.m. They may set a court date. The lawyers were saying probably no earlier than January of 2025. So the story continues on that lawsuit. And that's all I have. Well, now we'll move to item number 2, recognition/campus presentations. We'll start off with item 2A, student, staff, board, committee recognitions. Monica Mines and Dr. Ricky present.
Good evening. What's on? Thank you. Good evening, trustees, Mr. Gata, Dr. Beal. I am very pleased to be here to introduce our Superintendent Students of the Month for the month of October. I know we have at least 3 of our students here. I'll see if our 4th one is here, so turn around. All right, our Superintendent Students of the Month joining us tonight are from Rodriguez Elementary, Kennecke Elementary, Barnes Middle School, and if she is here, Mercer Blumberg Learning Center, excuse me. We'll start with our first student. First grader Viviana Herrera represents Rodriguez Elementary, where her teacher says that she constantly gives it her all. Viviana is also known for her kindness, determination, and persistence. Her teacher says Viviana is loving, happy, and sweet with her classmates, and exemplifies the Rodriguez pledge to be respectful, responsible, cooperative, and safe. Viviana's mother is Carissa Surisnos. Congratulations, Viviana. Our second student of the month tonight, Kai Nolan, is a 5th grader in Miss Lofton's homeroom at Kennecke Elementary. Not only is Kai in the Gifted and Talented program, but she also stays busy with junior FFA, softball, basketball, and several other sports. Her teachers describe her as eager, enthusiastic, hardworking, respectful, and responsible.
Kai is known for her love of learning and her leadership qualities as a positive influence on her classmates. Kai's parents are Guy and Terry Nolan. Congratulations, Kai. Our next Superintendent Student of the Month is Barnes 8th grader Asher Weaver. Asher is an honor roll student involved in the National Junior Honor Society, a percussionist in the honor band, and participates in football, basketball, and track. So I'm really wondering when he has time for anything else. Asher's teachers say he consistently demonstrates outstanding academic achievement, a dedication to maintaining high expectations, and a commitment to teamwork and sportsmanship. Asher's parents are Jeremy and Stephanie Weaver. Congratulations, Asher. All right, I'm going to do a quick call to see if our MBLC senior is here. I don't think she's here tonight, so we will honor her at our next meeting. But one more round of applause for our students of the month. Sorry, I forgot to say, I will hand things back over to Dr. Begill for the Superintendent Apple Award.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. This month's recipient of the Superintendent Apple Award knows a thing or two about tackling challenges. She helped launch a new initiative for her campus to improve learning standards for hundreds of students across several grades. This teacher also changed grade levels this year, which is not easy. This leader guiding the next generation of Matadors is a Matador herself, having graduated from Seguin High School, followed by Texas State University. This mom to 4 children has undoubtedly touched many lives now that she is in her 12th year of teaching. This month's recipient is known for her leadership, willingness to support her colleagues, and unwavering devotion to Seguin ISD. She leads with both passion and compassion for our students. That sounds like someone living the Matador mindset of one team, learning together, and elevating excellence. She has also helped lead several trainings and super PLCs, but you can usually find her sharing her love for science with 3rd graders. Her move from 5th to 3rd grade was designed to help push science learning in our younger students to higher standards. That initiative she helped launch brings science to life at the Seguin ISD Irma Lewis Outdoor Learning Center for 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. We'll hear more about this massive undertaking a little later in this board meeting. Her principal at Kennedy Elementary, Leslie Mahaffey, says, while this program is just in its infancy, we can already see the impact she is making. This is why the Superintendent Apple Award exists, so we can celebrate those who truly make a difference in the lives of our students. I am honored to introduce the October recipient of the Superintendent Apple Award, Stephanie Dubose.
The family's supposed to come up now and take a picture, so all the family, please come up now. All the family, please come up. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
So now we'll move on to item 2B, campus highlights, and Linda Duncan will introduce.
President Guerra, Dr. Vahil, trustees, I am honored to introduce this month's campus highlight presentation. My district, District 4, is home to Pinnaky Elementary, which serves more than 500 kindergartners through 5th grade students. These students have had the opportunity to participate in learning beyond the classroom, experiences at the Seguin ISD Irma Lewis Outdoor Learning Center. Principal Leslie Mahaffey is here with her team tonight to explain how these experiences support the district's strategic plan. Ms. Mahaffey? Need some walk-up music.
I've got a whole crew here tonight. Excellent. Ready? Good evening, Dr. Vahil, trustees, SLT. This is Mrs. Santos, our assistant principal, Ms. Dominguez, our instructional coach, and of course, Mrs. Dubose, our science teacher and celebrity for the night. So, on behalf of Pinnaky, we would like to thank you for inviting us here tonight to share about the good things going on at Pinnaky. We have chosen to focus on our Learning Beyond the Classroom initiative, taking place at the Outdoor Learning Center. Over the summer, I just kept thinking about what a great setting the Outdoor Learning Center is for rigorous and truly relevant learning experiences for our students. Our team and I brainstormed with Mrs. Dubose, our 3rd grade science teacher, about a plan where 3rd through 5th grade students could spend half a day at the Outdoor Learning Center and take their learning to new levels. The idea was that, let's say if they're learning about erosion, they would rotate through a lab about erosion, go to an outdoor experience where they work as teams on challenges and perhaps go on a hike and take notes about evidence of erosion they see, and rotate through a 3rd station where they might read or research more about erosion, and then apply their learning to write and create a product, such as a foldable to teach others about erosion. Tonight we're going to share how this initiative will help our district meet the goals set forth in the Seguin ISD strategic plan.
Our first goal
is to increase the percentage of third grade students who score meets grade level or above on STAR reading from 36% to 55% by August 2027. It's easy to see how the experiences our students have at the Outdoor Learning Center impact science, but it doesn't stop there. The learning goes across the curriculum. For example, the extended constructed response on last year's third grade STAR asked students to explain the ways that soil is important to Earth. When students have had more exposure to the outdoors, experienced labs about erosion, and have been given rigorous opportunities to develop new understandings about soils, they are much more likely to make sense of the text and be able to expand on ideas in their writing.
Goal 2 is all about math connections. We want to see our students grow as mathematicians. This month, our students participated in an engaging lab activity where they related the potential energy of a stretched rubber band to its kinetic energy by measuring the distance it traveled. Through this hands-on experience and experiment, they gained a deeper understanding of energy transformations in action.
And continuing with Goal 2, after conducting their tests, students created line graphs to display and interpret their data, visually demonstrating the relationship between the amount of stretch and a distance flown. This integration of science and math not only enhances their analytical skills, but also fosters a greater appreciation for the principles of physics in real-world scenarios. For goal number 3, another of our goals is to increase the percentage of graduates who meet the college, career, or military readiness requirements from 59% to 80% by August of 2027. These experiences lead to gains in this goal in the short term, but also the long-term connections for our students and how these experiences pique their interest in things like FFA, ag mechanics, science fairs, and things that go far beyond STAR and our accountability system. We really are looking forward and hoping to prepare our students for a bright future.
Goal 4, we also want to see Seguin ISD build a thriving learning community. Partnering with Mr. Sylvius in central office to make this initiative happen benefits our entire community. Teachers and students' love of learning is reignited when they get to take the learning outdoors, when they see we care enough to make sure they have access to engaging labs, and when we show them that rigorous learning can and should occur anywhere. We hope to be a model for how other campuses and even other districts can use facilities like the Outdoor Learning Center as extensions of their very own classrooms that will enhance experiences for everyone. It is also worth noting that these experiences also impact things like attendance, as students are incentivized to come to school and have these more engaging learning experiences.
We are committed to improving the perceptions of our students, staff, parents, and community as measured by the Gallup poll. While we are proud of the great initiatives at Kinnicky, we want our community to recognize and celebrate all the programs and schools, as each contributes to the overall success of our district. Showing what we can do with the Outdoor Learning Center is one way to share just a little bit about all the amazing things going on in Seguin ISD. One parent shared with us how excited his son was to be going on his second trip to the Outdoor Learning Center. He said, those are the kinds of experiences that really make an impression on them and get them excited about learning. We love to hear these things about Seguin ISD.
Goal number 5 is based on our school performance framework. We want to see 80% or more of our Seguin ISD students enrolled in a campus that is Tier 1 or Tier 2 by August of 2027. As a bilingual educator, I know experiences like these will lead to increased success in DELBAS. This is because it expands their imagination, oral skills, thinking skills, and listening skills outside the regular classroom setting. This is a challenging yet fun setting, so the effective filter is lower and the kids take chances.
Finally, we want to recognize how this initiative embodies the Matador mindset. On this slide, and right here, we see Mrs. DuBose, our Apple Award winner. She is a true leader. Mrs. DuBose has taken on this challenge and is running with it. She has collaborated with Pete Sylvius, paced the lessons, collaborated with campus and community partners. She has taken this idea and she is working so hard to build something that all campuses can use, hopefully across more grade levels. She is always learning more, always focused on student success, and she is working so hard to create resources that will impact students far beyond her own classroom.
This is truly an example of the Matador mindset. One team learning together to elevate excellence for all Matadors.
Anyone have any questions for us?
Any board members have questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a comment. Thank you. It's fantastic. Like, this is the blended learning environment that we want to see. It really gets getting the kids involved. Attendance is huge for this. I know they all want to come on those days, so that's great. And it's just, your initiative on this has been amazing. And I just want to say thank you very much.
We appreciate the support. It's a big deal, and it's a whole group effort with central office. She's community partners, everything. So we really do appreciate the support. It's a great thing to see happen.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of what can happen at the Irma Lewis Seguin Outdoor Learning Center and the creative and strategic education that can happen. And as a former recreation major, I'm just so excited about it. So thank you very much, and keep up the good work. We appreciate you.
Thank you. We appreciate all of you.
Thank you. Now we'll move to item 2C, Next Generation Principal Fellowship, and Dr. Jason Mummert will present.
Right. Good evening. Thank you. Can you hear? All right, perfect. Good evening, President Guerra, Dr. Hill, Board of Trustees. It is my pleasure, and I'm very excited to introduce you to Seguin ISD's inaugural cohort of the Next Generation Principal Fellowship. This fellowship is more than just a program. It's a strategic investment in the future of Seguin ISD and our leadership programs here. Each participant that I will introduce has shown an unwavering commitment to our schools, students, and community. And their journey will be an integral part of advancing our district. As you know, the foundation of our district's leadership, our Matador mindset, as you just heard Kanicki talk about as well, helps us achieve our mission. These fellows are not just leaders in training, they're the future leaders of Seguin ISD. Their leadership will enhance teacher engagement, inspiring students, and making better connections with our community. The positive influence they'll bring to our campuses will be felt district-wide. We have reason to feel excited about these leaders in Seguin ISD. As we launch this fellowship, we look forward to seeing the leaders grow, inspired by our commitment of one team, learning together, elevating excellence. Without further ado, allow me to introduce the members of the first cohort. First, we have Cecilia Reyes, Assistant Principal, Rodriguez Elementary School. Next, we have Mr. Robert Areola, Associate Principal, AJB Middle School. Next, we have Ms. Maria Guerra, Assistant Principal, Ball Early Childhood Center. And our fourth and final member of the cohort is Ms. Tanya Webb, Assistant Principal, Potline Elementary School. Congratulations, Next Gen Fellowship members.
Hold on, wait, one more.
2D, recognition of Texas Education Human Resource Day. And Mr. Trevino will present.
Good evening, Board President Guerra, Lead Board members. The Human Resources Department works to provide quality education professionals for our school personnel, as well as quality employees for all departments within the district. Governor Greg Abbott designated October 9th, 2024 as the Texas Education Human Resources Day. Therefore, recognition of the Texas Education Human Resources Day is recommended to align with the Texas Governor designation. So today I would like to have members of the Human Resources Department, the Seguin ISD, come forward, please. We have Anita Cisneros, Jennifer Trigo, Beatrice Rogers, Ellie Cisneros, Christine Garcia, and Danica Murillo. So if you bear with me, I will read the resolution, unless you would like to read that. Thank you. Resolution of the Board of Trustees of Seguin Independent School District. Whereas the Human Resources Division is instrumental in recruiting, selecting, resourcing, and retaining quality staff in support of providing an excellent education for all students. And whereas Human Resources plays a key role in fostering satisfaction and loyalty among employees by allowing professional growth and development and keeping employees informed about policies, working conditions, compensation, and benefits. And whereas Human Resources monitors and manages current and future workforce trends, organizational culture, legal and legislative trends, and ethical and social responsibility. And whereas the Human Resources is an important part of district leadership and is vital to the overall productivity and efficiency of the district workforce. And whereas Human Resources is a valued and respected department that sustains the district's most important asset, its people. Therefore, the Board of Trustees in Independent School District thus hereby resolve that October 9, 2024 will be observed as the Texas Education Resources Day throughout the district. That was a mouthful. The board also encourages students, staff, and parents to express their appreciation to our Human Resources team members for their dedication and commitment to Seguin ISD employees and students. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Board of Trustees.
Thank you. Once again, thank you for the HR department. And I will move to item number 3, audience with the board. The Seguin ISD Board of Trustees designates a time for audience participation at the beginning of each meeting to hear persons who desire to make comments in accordance with board policy BED local. 3A, those wishing to speak shall sign up before the meeting begins, stating their concern or noting the agenda item they wish to address. Audience participation is limited to 5 minutes. The board shall not deliberate any subject that is not on the posted agenda. And today, our Vice President Carl Jenkins will be the timekeeper. Once again, 5 minutes for each presentation, and he will give you the 1-minute warning. So our first guest is Samuel Butler, and we'll be talking about Prop A and other.
Sam Butler. My contact info for y'all's reference is phone number 830-475-9646. I'm here as a taxpayer. My property address is 661 Hickory Course. So I've been seeing a lot of propaganda about this topic. Now, I am all for the school board. I'm all for promoting education. And, well, I might be 40, but I am new to this game. So I've got a 3.5-year-old. And I have to start thinking about where she's going to school, how I'm going to pay for that if I don't want it to be public education, and how I'm going to support the public education that's being provided to my child. Now, the issues that I have is, number one, I'm a Texas native. I'm from here. I relocated to California because my wife is a licensed attorney there. I pursued an IT education there. Now, I am anti-California all the way. I had to run as fast as I could as soon as I had a child involved because I have better common sense than this. Now, when we came back to Seguin, I ended up with a little tax issue, which ended up putting y'all right in the crosshairs, saying, y'all sent me a bill for $7,000 for the property I purchased in July of 2023. A $7,000 tax bill for 5 months, and nobody's wanting to take care of this tax debt for me in the relation of resolving it to reflect anything notable. So this is part of my introduction to you, because I've got multiple causes. But now, Prop A, you ought to look into hiring more people. And I can understand how manpower is important. But I also understand what we've learned from the past. Now I'm going to give a small history lesson here. Tax rates, and today, property taxes. Do y'all remember when that was ranked? Do y'all? I mean, if we equivalent today's tax rate, property taxes, just alone, just say $4,000, $5,000, let's go ahead and divide that out by 12, you end up with around $450 to $500 a month. Now, if you have a property like mine, 2,700 square feet, when do you think the last time a property that size was for $550 a month? 1990. And based on all of our age, we've lived to see that time. We have watched our tax rates exceed the price of what we used to pay in rent. Now, why is this? Now, I can tell you I wasn't prepared to deal with taxes. I wasn't prepared to deal with tax law. I wasn't prepared to even deal with my own personal taxes when inheriting windfalls. I wasn't taught proper bookkeeping. I wasn't taught how to manage my credit score. I wasn't taught by school districts on how to be a functioning human being in our economy. But I had to figure it out on my own, or I wouldn't be standing here today. But my daughter, while I am capable of teaching her this, not everybody's parents are capable of teaching their children this. And I feel it's the school district's responsibility to provide curriculum that is substantial to preparing our youth to be adults instead of just throwing them to the wolves like we have been for decades. I mean, yes, sir. 1 minute. Awesome. So my overall point is with Prop A, we're looking for more manpower. Maybe we should be thinking outside the box and venturing with what we've learned from COVID to reduce the expenses for taxpayers on their property tax bill. Now, University of Arizona, University of Michigan, MIT, other major universities are adopting VR platforms while staying integrated with real-time education, and it's more cost-effective. It provides better individual education for students, and frankly, I don't want to see my tax bill go up. So maybe we can take something into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butler, for those comments. Next person is Janie McHugh. Jerry McHugh, sorry. Jerry McHugh. And the topic is name of field.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent, Mr. President, the board members, for the opportunity to address the naming of the new facility. Now, except for a few reports that are required, the rest of your program here has been recognition, which everyone has loved and they need to be recognized. Now look at that blank space behind you there, where one day a picture of this board will be. But what if you only put in 2 names? Only 2 names can go there. What criteria do you use? There is none. So what I'm suggesting is a little departure from just naming a field or naming the complex. Give the complex maybe a generic name like SHS, Field of Dreams. But then for recognition, we need a wall of honor, a field of honor, where Coach Garcia, Boomer, you remember Boomer, big fullback, Charlie Hartstein, all of those people could have a plaque, be in chronological order like you have it there. What does that do? It cuts out all the hard feelings for those that aren't getting their name on the big field. So that's just a consideration, that's all I'm saying. There's a way to honor a lot of people, maybe 2 more than others, but if you consider that, then people could go year by year, see the names, be inside the field, you know, on the wall. There's several ways that can be done. That's really all I have. Well, 38 years in education, 17 years across the street, that's no longer there. And so I like the recognition, and students love it, parents love it. I want to commend the board for letting people vote here. That was a great thing. I heard many good comments about that. My 2 classmates, the better looking ones there, the guy in the middle, Lorenzo Camarillo, he was catcher on the 1960 state championship baseball team. The only one in the history of this institution. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McHugh. Our next person is Mary Ann Norris, and she will be speaking about the 1960 state championship baseball.
Thank you, Board and Madam Superintendent. My name is Mary Ann Norris, and I've taught here for 33 years with my 35 years. And I've never been before the board, so I guess up to now everything's been all right. But speaking of honoring, we're here to honor, or try to honor, our classmates of 1960 because they won the state championship, brought it home. And you're going to say, well, why haven't y'all done something before now? Well, we couldn't. We didn't own Smoky Joe Field. But we're going to own that baseball field over here, and it is home to the state champs that won it in Class 3A in 1960. And we had the whole, I want to try to recreate the atmosphere then, that spring and summer, because it was different than it is now. For example, in 1953, we were in the 6th grade. I was, of course, were my classmates. But there was no baseball field. No baseball in Seguin. There were sand lots. So the daddies of these boys decided, we're going to build one. And they did. They staked it off, they built it, and it was the only Little League field for about 55 years. And if you're a newcomer, you may not know where that is. But if you're an old comer, from here, as you enter the fairgrounds, to the left, that was the baseball field. And my boys played there too, 50 years later. But, and Smoky Joe was further on down. Well, it's hard, no, it amazes us that only 6 years later, from the time they built that field, our boys brought home to Seguin, Texas, the state championship. Now, to show you the community that was behind us, it wasn't just fans, it was the whole community. We played San Juan, Par, Alamo up here in regional playoffs. And then we had to go down there. And as you know, that's about a 5-hour drive. Well, they won the first game. We won the second and the third. Of course, that was the best of 3 games. So we won. Well, they got it into the dressing room, and Coach Bill meckled up. And I'm supposed to say that we would not have won the state championship without Coach Bill McAduck, and our assistant coach was Ray Erkslaven, whom we only lost a few years ago, and the arm of Charlie Hartenstein. Well, they were coming home and they were tired. They played 3 games, and it was about 12:30, they said, when they started entering the gate at Starkey Park, the bridge, and the bus started slowing down. And of course it slowed down and they started waking up. Well, you know, they're not home, what is it? And there was the roar of a crowd. And the Seguin Gazette estimated that there was 2,000 people there, Seguinites, fans, community, welcoming their boys home. And I think that shows you a little bit about what a big deal it was at that time at Seguin. But they've never been honored like something on the wall, like a plaque saying home of the state championships, 1960 in baseball. I'll also say those same boys were the first seniors to play on the new Matador Stadium here when it was built, 59-60. The other teams at the new high school first year was 56. But 56, 57, 58, and 59 had to go to Sager and play. So that was our class.
1 minute, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Oh, 1 minute. Okay. Well, I just want to tell you that we went on to play Schneider, Texas, in Austin. And Charlie Hartenstein pitched a no-hitter. And you're probably aware that's very rare to do. Well, we won the state championship on the arms of Charlie Hartenstein. In closing, I would like to say that 5 of these boys, including Yankee Camarillo, our all-state catcher, are already inducted into the Seguin ISD Athletic Hall of Fame. And I'm just asking you to please try to honor them, because this is our last chance. It's now or never. And we're just asking that it be known that we're the state champs. And it's never been won before. It's never been won since. So that's got to say something. I know we're old, but we're here, and we're plugging for our teammates and our classmates that could not be here. Thank you very much. But before I leave, I want to thank that lady over there, Nancy Ramirez. We probably wouldn't be here if she hadn't been so gracious to us on the phone and encouraged us to come. And that's hard to hire people like that. And I want to publicly thank her. And thank you for listening to me, and hope you will find it in your heart to give them a recognition that we feel they deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
I brought my annual to substantiate what we said, to prove it.
The next individual on the list is Nikki Cockrell, class of 1960 baseball field.
Good evening. We're trying to hit y'all hard this evening on this. I too was the class of 60. We had a terrific name. We thought, for the field of dreams. And our suggestion was not only to include it's to include past stars and future ones. You know, it doesn't, if you name it Hartenstein, High-Tech, that just puts one person. We want to include all the past and future Seguin High School stars that come up. And like Mary Ann said, we're the only state championships in baseball, football, or basketball. And our trophy, we have a beautiful trophy that most of you, of course, most of you here are young. We're probably the oldest ones here. But we had a terrific class. Seguin High School was great. And I was kind of an implant. I came from Arizona. My dad, I was an Army brat. So, but they took me in, and I love each and every one of my classmates have always done that. But we would like basically to have a plaque with the team and the coaches and stuff like that. And each year, if there's new people like Jones and Patek, they would have a plaque. And if your son or daughter or grandson did something super, 10 years from now, they could get a plaque and have it be on the wall. Mostly they said everything that I had said, so I just want to, you know, iterate that we need plaques to honor our athletes at the baseball field. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cockrell. And now we have Tiffany Cunningham, and the topic is bullying.
I've worked for Seguin ISD for 15 months. And in that time, I've seen staggering levels of bullying. It's not just peer-to-peer, it's admin to teacher, teacher to teacher, and the most disturbing, teacher to student. In many cases, I've stepped in, addressed the bullying, and reassured students that they're safe with me. But now with only 7 months left in the district, I see the true cost of this toxic culture. And I know that I need to do more. In the past 2 weeks, I've agonized over how deadly serious this issue is. I tell students that the best way to combat bullying is to hold bullies accountable. My grandfather taught me to always stand up for the little guy. He joked that I'd never realized that I'm the little guy too. But I'm here today because I still believe in fighting for those who can't. And I want my students and my colleagues to know that they're not alone, even if I can recognize that the system here at Seguin ISD is broken. See something, say something, right? But at what cost? Many students have shared that the anonymous tip line is compromised. A staff member at corporate office with the access to the P3 tips has leaked sensitive information about reports to their relatives, leading those students to share information with their friends that only a reader of the tip would know, making students feel the tip hotline is a joke. And it's not just the students, staff suffer too. I personally know of at least 2 staff members bullied into resigning by admin. Another told she would not be renewed after a year of harassment, and countless others who stayed for their students but have their spirits crushed daily for simply trying to advocate for their students. The most insidious form of bullying is teacher to student. I've had students ask me for help standing up to teachers who treat them unfairly, like dress coding some students but not others, taking phones from certain kids only, giving extensions to favorites, or constantly picking on a few kids for wrong answers. When an entire cohort backs up a claim, it's impossible to ignore. And what's the admin response? Move the student, but only if an adult gets involved, or blame the victim and send them back to class, telling them to toughen up. These same teachers are often the ones celebrated with awards. This is Seguin High School's culture, the same culture that led 2 students to commit suicide in one day. The day before Malik Manel, a student I taught last year, took his life, He came to me and asked if I'd tell him that I was proud of him. I was confused, but I told him all the reasons I admired his tenacity and kindness. He shared that despite his achievements, he felt that he'd never be good enough for his current teachers. I asked him what he meant, and he shared that earlier that day he had made a 94 on a test. But instead of his instructor celebrating the win, she told him that he could have done better. If we're not making students feel valued, what are we even doing here? Where's the safe space that they deserve? And how do we foster growth in this type of environment? It's obviously not all teachers or all students that spew hatred in the halls. However, I felt it was necessary to share my experience, even if I don't know how to or have the power to fix the issues. I have found that I don't often speak up about issues at work because admin has made it clear. We don't want to hear your complaints, only solutions. And without solutions, I've been spinning my wheels to the point of burnout. Friends in other districts tell me the system is broken everywhere. Just keep making a difference where you can. But my time here is running out. And honestly, maybe even shorter after the enemies I most likely am making tonight. But I want to make one thing clear. The great Audre Lorde taught us that hatred's objective is destruction, while anger's objective is change. I am here in anger, not hatred. And now you on this board can no longer claim ignorance. You know what's happening. We've all felt it. We've all seen it now. If you stay silent or you look the other way, I pray with every bit of who I am that this community's anger will boil into hatred. And God, I hope that they will dismantle this toxic system until we build one that works for our kids, because they deserve better. And I do want to say that I appreciate all that you guys have said earlier tonight about all the good that has happened here, because undoubtedly this community has in so many ways showed me what we can do. And there are so many staff members and admin and all of you guys that I know care and want to do something. I know that that exists. I've seen it myself. But the amount of people that I know and I have reported and nothing is done, it's disgusting. And our kids are dropping like flies. Kids that I loved and will forever love. I beg you, do something. Please.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Now we'll move on to item number 4, reports and information items. 4A, Seguin ISD Efficiency Audit 2024. Liz Oak will present.
Good evening, President Guerra, Dr. Behill, Board of Trustees. We conducted an efficiency audit in preparation for the voter approval tax rate election, and we are going to present that to you tonight. Moat Casey did it. They're a very well-known finance firm for Texas public schools. They've been around a long time. Amber Lacine is the Executive Director of Finance, and she is joining us via Zoom to present this presentation. And I think we've got her on there. So yeah, there you are.
Good evening. How are you all tonight? Thank you, President Guerrera and Dr. Vigil. How are you? I'm going to share my screen and get this presentation going to get you all home. Can you see? Can someone give me a thumbs up if you can see? Wonderful. All right.
Ms. Oaks said, I'm Dr. Amber Lassang, and I work with Moat Casey. I did y'all's efficiency audit report, and you all are very close to Election Day, so congratulations. It's a ton of work to get there. I want to thank Ms. Oaks and her team for being very responsive during this time and helping us complete this report, and I won't take up too much time, so First is the basic premise of an efficiency audit is from House Bill 3 in the 86th session, required districts who are seeking to increase their tax M&O tax rate to conduct an efficiency audit. And because because Seguin ISD is proposing an M&O tax rate for tax year 24 that exceeds their voter approved rate, this requires you to have an efficiency audit. The Legislative Budget Board is the owner of the efficiency audit guidelines. They are very strict, but the most important thing to understand is the efficiency audit is not going to tell you whether a district is efficient or not. What it's going to tell you is all it's going to do is provide you and your taxpayers and your voters information about how your district compares to its peers. So this is the only time I'll ever read to you on a slide, but I think it's important. The purpose of an efficiency audit is to provide information to voters regarding a school district's financial management, efficiency, and utilization of resources before an election to adopt an M&O tax rate. We were hired by the district about 4 months ago. We have 90 days to complete it. You all have had to have this posted on your website by October 5th, 30 days before the election, and election's next week. So let's look at the district's tax rate. This is a good time to re-familiarize ourselves with the district tax rate. Tier 1, the 6178, is set by the state based on your property values and the compression. So then the tax rate also includes two other components, the golden pennies and the copper pennies. Seguin ISD had 6 golden pennies before, these 6 here. And is seeking 2 more. The difference between a golden and a copper golden penny is considered golden because it has a higher yield per watt and it's not subject to recapture. These copper pennies are subject to recapture and have a lower yield and are subject to compression should the legislative body next session increase the basic allotment. So the golden pennies are very safe. The district is proposing to increase the tax rate by 2 cents to $69.78, and with those 2 additional pennies, they expect to generate about $2.3 million in revenue and intends to use the additional revenue for salary needs across the district. So the efficiency audit is all based upon comparing yourself to peers. We looked at peers this summer with Ms. Oaks and her team, and we selected these ones. But they're all based on similar tax rates, similar enrollment, city type, are they a city, a county, or a city, a town, based on geographic proximity, ADA to water ratio, and that just means their student demographics look similar. After the election, your tax rate will still be about 1 penny lower than your peers. So that just kind of gives you an understanding of how your tax rate will look for the next few years compared to your peers. Hold on, sorry. The peers we selected were Copperas Cove, Corsicana, Eanes, Greenville, Jackson, LaPorte, Midway, Weatherford, and then of course we always have the state average that we compare to. When it makes sense, I will note that to you. A lot of times the state average, because Texas is so large and we have such diverse districts, a lot of times the state average is not helpful, and I tend to tell people to not pay attention to it and really look at your peers, because things are so different in the school finance formulas based on size and demographics of students. So in the year, we were rated the accountability rating. All of the ratings in your efficiency audit are based on the most recent final year. The rating for accountability is very old because we've been under lawsuits the last 2 years, so this is from 2021, and that's the last year. So you all, I'm sure, have discussed what your accountability rating would have been in 22, 23, and 23, 24 had they been finalized. Your first rating was an A. It's an A for 23-24. It's been an A, so your district transparency for school first, or your financial rating, has been superior for a very long time. So here's your student characteristics. This is where I like to talk about how WADA is developed. Our districts receive money on the basic allotment, the $61.60 per student, plus weighted based on attendance and identifiers for students. So economically disadvantaged students, bilingual, special ed, CTE, students drive additional resources. So your district is 75% economically disadvantaged compared to 53% of their peers. There's a significant gap there. More similar when it comes to emergent bilingual or bilingual students, you're at 13 to 15%. Your peers are 13 to 14%. Special education, your district is a little bit higher at 18.2% versus 16. That's a 2% difference, and 4% from the state. Again, bilingual, and then CTE is quite a bit lower than your peers and the state. So just know that those are how revenue is driven and expenses driven. Attendance rate for the district is quite a bit lower than your peers and the state at 90% versus 92%, almost 92.5% for your peers. And what's so important about driving attendance is how that impacts your funding. As you know, we are an attendance-based funding state, so if we have low attendance, we lose revenue. So the district receives $12,297 in total revenue per student, which is tiny bit higher than your peers, but lower than the state average. And so when you look at the school funding formula, you have more students who are eligible for funding, but with a lower attendance rate, that lowers your revenue per student. So see how those all work together. You are pretty close on with your revenue per student. And this is where I say throughout the state, because the state averages, the school finance formula is built to favor small districts, and so if you're not a small district, you don't get those. So this is where I would say don't pay attention to the state average and pay attention to your district. You're collecting most of your taxes at a similar rate. You see the big gap in federal revenue, and the reason you see that big gap in federal revenue is this time period where we're comparing, we had federal revenue in the form of ESSER, and so while this is just your general funds, your district received ESSER, which included indirect costs for your district. So that's why this number is so much higher, is districts claiming indirect costs on ESSER during this time period saw a large increase in federal funds. So you'll see that taper off over time, which will also over time decrease that comparison number. So if we didn't have ESSER and these numbers were similar, your district would have been receiving less funding per student. And then here's the corresponding expenditures. Your expenditures, however, are higher than your peers by a pretty large number, almost $600. So your $12,603 versus $12,032. Your largest expenditures are instruction, maintenance, and operations, and school leadership. I can tell you across the state, everybody's two highest are instruction and maintenance and operations. The third one is where you see some variability, but if you look, instruction is 52.6% of the expenditures versus almost 55% for your peers. Maintenance and operations, however, you're spending 8.2%, while they're spending 10.3%. Maintenance and operations is the second highest because it includes all of your facility staff and insurance for the district. So not employee health insurance, but district district proper casualty insurance. So all of your safety for your school district. And then school leadership are your campus principals, central, not central office, but the office staff in the school. So that's 6.5% versus 4.9%. So you see some variation about how you're spending your money there. And in the report, you can see each functional category to see where you all differ from your peers in all the categories you're used to seeing in your budgets. District payroll, you see some variation here too. Payroll is a percentage of all operating. 80% is very normal, so 78% of your district versus 80% of your peers spend all of your entire expenditures on payroll. Your average teacher pay, though, is quite a bit higher than your peers at $63,000 versus $60,000. Administrative pay, however, is $95,000 versus $96,000. So your administrators are a little bit lower, and then your superintendent base salary is $165,000 versus $272,000. I think that's due to a partial year of funding. Superintendent, because there's one superintendent in a district, it's hard to compare depending on packages. It's mandated by the LBB, but you don't get a good average because you've got one. So if you have a peer district that has a really high or really low, that throws it off. So you'll want to look at that data in your appendix as well. The district's unassigned fund balance totaled $34.5 million versus the $17.6 million that we're required to have. So you have a very healthy fund balance, which is good if you're looking at deficit budgets right now. These increasing numbers tell me that you were really conservative with your ESSER funds and built up your fund balance. So that's good. Staffing levels, you see some differences here. Your teaching staff is 40% of your staff compared to 46% of your peers, while support staff, you have 14% versus 11%. Administrative staff is the exact same. Paraprofessional staff is only 1% off, but you see a big gap here in auxiliary staff. Auxiliary staff includes safety and security, technology, your bus drivers would be in there. So that's a really broad category with a lot of subgroups in it. Your facility staff, a lot of them would be in your auxiliary staff. So that just kind of is how your schools are staffed, and so you all can look at that to see if those differences need to be dug into. Your students per total staff is really close to your peers. So you've got 6.79 students per total staff versus their 6.2. You do see a gap here with students per teaching staff, though. You have 16.6 students per teaching staff, while your peers have 14.19, which is, so their class sizes are smaller than yours. And that's what that says to me. The district has a teacher turnover rate of 31.6%, which is higher than your peer district average of 26.2. I can tell you just the reason the state average is a little bit lower is there's not as much turnover in rural districts. Where more urban and suburban, they have higher. So that's just something I don't ever really compare unless I'm really deeply comparing apples to apples. All right, do you all have any questions for me?
Do board members have any questions? Maybe a mic that we passed around?
I think your mics are loud enough that we should be good.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. ESSER funds, we're out of ESSER funds.
Yes, so I think the biggest thing to remember with this is from 2022 to 2023. So
Yes.
So we're in 24, 25, 23, 24, yes, ESSER funds are gone.
Right, so that $3,000 federal revenue, that's not this year.
This is all 22, 23 data.
Right, so.
Correct. So that is one of the downsides of the efficiency audit is you have to use the last year data was complete. So until even all of the audited, we won't have 23, 24 audited data until like April. So this will always be a year to 2 years behind. And so I think that's an important conversation you need to have with your constituents is this is artificially high and will taper off.
But the peer districts are current.
No, peer districts, it's all apples to apples. This is 21, 22 for the, or 22, 23 for them too. But because your data here tells me, so ESSER was driven on Title I formulas. So you have a higher economically disadvantaged subpopulation. So to me, that absolutely corresponds with lower money here for your peers.
Because we have a higher population of equally disadvantaged people.
Yep.
Right. So the apples to apples comparison as far as
that
peer,
goes.
as far as peer ISDs.
As far as Title I and ESSER funds, we got more money.
Right, but that's because we have 75% more equally disadvantaged people in our community.
Yes, sir.
Which is a significant amount.
It is. And I think that's why the efficiency audit will not say if a district is efficient or not. because it is very hard to compare districts. So this is just information for your voters to draw their own conclusions.
One more question. Do you know what size districts, those peer districts that you picked, are they similar in student size and classification as far as like what 3A, 4A, 2A, 5A? Are they all in the same classification as us?
The data is in the appendix. We do first look at similar size districts. As far as UIL, no, I couldn't tell you that. It's out of my area of expertise.
But student population are all there.
Enrollment is similar.
Enrollment is similar.
Yes,
But
for
not.
UIL classification.
Okay, I was just, which leads to classification. I just wanted to see where we were at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Overall enrollment, not just as far as high school.
Because I've never, of all the comparisons of ISDs that we've used for all kinds of other studies, I've never heard of any of those ones that we used for this one. So I just thought that was very interesting.
Any other questions?
Just to add that this report is a summary of the report that you sent out earlier that was more detailed.
Yes.
And in that report is got, as you alluded to earlier, it's more detailed information on where the categories are, and it includes some of that information. So
Yes, it's on our website as well. It's been there since the beginning of October.
Thank you, Amber. We appreciate it.
Thank you all. You have a great night.
Thanks, you too.
thank you.
Any other questions?
She explained it very well.
Thank you, Liz. Moving on to item 4B, Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment. The results, and Andrea Jaramillo will present.
Good evening, Dr. Vigil, President Guetta, Board of Trustees. I'm going to share with you our bilingual ESL report. This is part of compliance for TEA. And so, as you all know, here in Seguin ISD, we have four programs that serve our emergent bilinguals. Those include dual language one way, which are specifically at pre-K and 4th grade at Potlawn. We are phasing out that one way at our elementary campuses so that all 3 of our elementary campuses are full 2-way bilingual campuses. We have 2-way dual language. That is where we have our monolingual students and our bilingual students together in class. We offer that program at Pinnicky, Rodriguez, and Potlawn, K-5. We also, if bilingual might not be the fit for all students, right? So we also offer English as a second language. This program, we have 2, content-based ESL. Those are for our students in pre-K, kinder, 1st or 2nd, where teachers are self-contained. So that one teacher would serve as their ESL teacher. And then we have pull-out ESL. And so what pull-out ESL is specifically for our 3rd through 12th grade students, the reading language arts teacher has to be ESL certified in order to serve those students. So we do offer several programs for our students here. This is just a sum of kind of who we're serving here in Seguin ISD. Our top languages obviously are Spanish. 962 of our students speak Spanish here, and then you can see our next top languages with 4 students, 5 students, 3 students. We primarily serve Spanish here in Seguin. Our top birth countries are also listed there. And then on the right-hand side, that's what I really wanted to emphasize, the number of EB, emergent bilingual students in grades 3 through 12. These are students who are going to take the STAR test. It doesn't matter if you've been here a day, a week, or 6 years, everyone takes the STAR test. So students that may have enrolled or been new to our country in February, they took the STAR test in April. And so we serve currently 787 of those students. In the United States for 1 to 3 years, 205 of those students. And then in the United States for 1 or less year, 107 students in grades 3 through 12. Last year we did see a larger number of students coming over and being served in our program, specifically in secondary. And so now I'm going to talk through some data with you all. This is STAR performance, and there are lots of categories on here. I really want you to pay attention to the bottom row here. It's dual language. These are students who have been in our program and been in our dual language program. So this would be our monolingual students and our current emergent bilingual students. So the top row shows you all students, and this is approaches level and beyond. So all students are sitting at 53%, and then you can see our dual language students are sitting at 60% approaches or above. And so we're really proud of that, knowing that our program continues to grow and develop, but that our students are performing like their peers, if not better. And so then we see similar here in math. Again, all students, and then, in reading, all students, and then our dual language students. You can kind of go through that data. Then we've got our social studies and our science. Again, this is cumulative 3 through 8 data. Then we go back to the high school STAR ESC. Again, I just want to emphasize the number of newcomers that we have at our high school, and new for this school year. Last year, we had 1 ESL teacher and 2 paras. Due to our numbers and our increase, we have 3 ESL teachers this year and 3 paras. So due to that number that we saw last year, we knew we needed more support for our students, so that is new for this school year. But you can see where our ESL students are, 41% are meeting grade level standard, or meeting STAR standard on the ESC Algebra 1, and then here's English 1 and English 2. This is really where we are pushing in, providing support for all of our teachers to become emergent bilingual teachers, to become ESL teachers. I'm actually presenting tomorrow at the high school at 4 o'clock. And we're going to go over some EB strategies and really talk about how to know who your kid is and what supports do they need. And then here is our U.S. history and our biology data. Okay.
Sorry, I have a
That's
question.
okay.
What is reclassified emergent bilingual?
Reclassified emergent bilingual means that they were in the program at one point, but they met criteria to exit the official bilingual or ESL program. And there's several criteria that they have to do to get that. Okay, but we still track how those students are doing, even after they've reclassified. That was a good question. Okay, now we'll get into TELPAS. This is the next test that our emergent bilingual students have to take, all during and around the STAR time. They take a lot of assessments at this point of the year. And so here is elementary composite data from kinder through 5th grade. And then on the left, you see first year students who were here for 1 year, all the way over to 5 or more years. And so you could see that we're growing in the advanced high and advanced as our students continue to grow in our program. We will always have beginners, we will always have intermediates, because it depends on when students come into our schooling system, right? And so, but you can see as the students grow through our program, they are continuing to gain their English skills. Then you go into middle school TELPAS data, 6 through 8. Again, you can see that green starting to come across. I know you can see that third year in the U.S., that's 9 students. And so they are at that intermediate. Most of those are at the intermediate level. The numbers that are listed there are how many students are in each of those levels. And then we have our high school. Our high school always looks like this because we have so many students coming from at different times of the year. And so you can see first year all the way over to 5 or more years. Okay, and so the last thing I wanted to talk to you about is our bilingual exceptions and ESL waivers. We are required to report to the state if our teachers do not hold the correct certifications for our program. Currently this year we are submitting 3 bilingual exceptions, so we have 3 teachers not certified in bilingual, and then 19 ESL waivers. On this slide you can see which, where they are at in which campuses. Questions? Okay.
Any of the board members have any questions? I had one question, and maybe you can give us information later. How does the bilingual exceptions and 19 ESL waivers compare to last year?
Okay, yes, I'll send that into your Monday report. yeah, I'll let you know. I know we are less with bilingual teachers. 3 is less than last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to item number 4C, beginning of the year 2024-2025 literacy data review, and Monica will present.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Guerra, Board President, Dr. Vigil, and Board of Trustees. Here we have our literacy data for the beginning of the school year. This data is our ISEP data, and it lines up with our strategic priorities. Goal number 1, increase the percentage of 3rd grade students who score meets grade level or above on STAR. Reading from 40% to 55% by 2027. It is our ISEP data. This is our K through 2, our 2nd grade literacy screener. Here we have our kindergarten through 3rd grade. 3rd grade's a little lower. They were not required to test on this screener. I will do the whole complete 3rd grade at the next data review. Here we have our goals. We want to make sure that our students are more into the green. The green lines up with our meets masters. That's how it lines up with STAR. Our yellow is our approach, our bubble students. And then our red is our did not meet tier 3 students. And this, keep in mind, this is our kinder through 2nd grade, so it's the first time they're seeing this type of screener in kindergarten. This is the high priority focus skills. The ISEP data will tell us where the highest need is. So for kindergarten, it's the phonetic awareness. We have 41% of our students who need help in kindergarten in that area. This helps guide teachers and campuses do their small group instruction and their intervention time. Here is our 2023 versus 2024 data for kindergarten. The blue being your 2023 and your red being 2024. I'll give you just a minute, kind of look over that. The more students we have at level 3, 4, and 5, the better. So we'll see this trend hopefully by the middle and end of the year, that trend to shift. Since level 1, it's the first time they've taken this test in kindergarten. That'll tend to shift, and then level 3, 4, and 5 will raise as we move through the year. Then here's our 1st grade data. Blue is 2023 and red is 2024. And same thing for our 1st graders. We'll see the trend moving where our level 3, 4, and 5 will go up. And lastly, our 2nd grade data as well. And Andrea is going to present the Spanish ISEP summary.
Okay, and so here is our Spanish ISEP data. Again, like Ms. Lyons said, we want to see more in the green than we do in the red. Really proud of the work that our dual language students are doing. These are both monolingual and bilingual students taking the assessment in September. 2nd grade is our area where that's when you really start to know both languages and their brain starts to argue with each other as to what language they want to speak, and so that's why we're seeing that data there. Our focus area, the other thing I wanted to say, is kindergarten. Most of those students did go to Ball. They were in our bilingual program at Ball, and so really proud of the work that Ball is doing to support our learners, because we're seeing the benefits and the gains in kindergarten. So our focus area is written communication and vocabulary for Spanish, and then similar to our monolingual data, this is our breakdown from last year to this year. Again, we want to see more students in levels 3, 4, and 5. And you can see that here in the Spanish, we're really pushing onto that side. And then 2nd grade, again, this is our area of focus. to really move those bars over on the other side.
And we have our ISEP 7th grade screener. Our 7th grade screener is TA mandated, so all 7th graders have to be screened through the ISEP process. Again, you'll see the green, yellow, and red. Our green being our tier 1, meets masters, yellow being our tier 2 at approaches, and red being our tier 3 at did not approach. So again, our focus area is always 7th grade. There's always a dip at 7th grade middle school throughout the state. Then our next steps is just to continue providing high levels of tier 1 instruction. Instructional coaches continue to hyper monitor on assessment days and make sure that that assessment testing time is isolated and quiet and has a good environment for the students. And we'll just continue our strategic and planning for PLCs. Principals continue to be present during PLCs and present in classrooms providing feedback to teachers. And we provide assistance at any campus level, teacher level, by pulling small groups and co-teaching when needed. And all schools have an intervention time built into their master schedule to pull those small groups. That's it. Any questions?
I have some questions. In the PLCs, are they still being aligned from campus to campus? Like, are all first, second, third, fourth, fifth graders, are they all working on the same thing during PLCs? There was a time when they were all aligned across the district.
Yes, ma'am. You mean as far as like PLC agenda, like them working on planning, data? Yes, there is a strategic plan for PLC that campuses follow.
And do they meet together as the whole first grade, second, third? Are they still meeting together in those co-parts?
Yes, they meet by content.
And that's all the teachers?
They'll do a first grade, they'll have 2. In elementary, they'll have 2. They'll do a content and then a grade level meeting.
And how often is that then?
With principals, it's twice a week in elementary, it's every day in middle school, and it's 4 times a week in high school.
And do they do this in person or is it through Zoom?
In person, yes ma'am.
So all the teachers in that grade get together?
Correct.
District-wide?
District-wide. They should be, yes sir.
Like all the community teachers and all the local teachers get together?
Oh, you mean alignment across?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm misunderstanding. I'm talking about campus by campus. So your vertical alignment is what you're talking about. We only do that at the beginning of the school year for PL planning at the district level, and they are all invited to come. And so like first grade, all of math, first grade are invited to come for PL, for planning, and for some of that data dig. But that doesn't happen regularly or weekly. It happens at the beginning of the year, at the second 9 weeks, third 9 weeks, fourth 9 weeks, we have a district PL for those teachers, by content, by grade level.
It was real important for us because we have some elementary students who move around, and that no matter what elementary school they were going to, they would get the same content and they would be working on the same things. Is that something we can continue to do?
Yes, they do have the same content. They all follow the HQIM, and it is already paced for them in the calendar, and so that gets rolled out at the beginning of the school year. And CNI usually kind of tracks where everyone is at. We look to make sure pacing is on par and that they're following the sequence. So they all do still get the same content, yes ma'am, at the same time. Sometimes there's a day or two depending on absentees, you know, they might have to catch up students, but relatively they have, you know, if they have a week for say 4.1 in math, they teach that on those days across district, yes ma'am.
In the 7th grade, what are the CFAs? Are those different?
It's a combative formative assessment. So they all take the same assessment, 3, 6, and 9 weeks.
And when will we see that data?
That data will show at the next board meeting. Because we've only had a couple, so waiting for a few more to kind of have some comparisons for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There was a question. The last one I had was, this is the beginning of year, we have a mid of year, and then an end of year. support? Or
Well,
as far as, how do we see the progress? Is it gonna be the next month or 2 months from now?
well, there's a couple different, so your beginning of year was only for TIA. You don't have a beginning of year in all content, just to assess the content. That was, TIA was a beginning of year to just kind of have a knowledge base of where students are entering that particular grade level in that particular content. Then the end of year for that will be STAR. And so that's a growth measure that we're looking at for that, okay? Then we have our screeners, like our ISEP screeners and our 7th grade screeners, and they have a beginning of year, mid-year, end of year. Then we have our common and formative assessments, which is built within the high quality instructional materials. And those are module tests, so they're created after every module, so it's after every unit. And then they take the test, periodically, every 3 weeks. Around every 3 weeks, they have a common formative assessment.
So for ISEP data, we're used to every student through 8th grade taking that monthly, and we're used to seeing that reported back to us much more often, along with how many minutes they're spending on iStation for equitable, things like that. We've been missing a lot of those reports. Andrea has given many of them over the years, and so we're used to seeing those a lot more often, and I feel like we've been missing those.
So our 3rd through 8th grade data will come out at the next board meeting. So within the transition between iStation and Renaissance and Progress Learning, Renaissance got dropped, but we picked it back up, and so they have their screeners. They're actually currently doing screeners right now, 3 through 8th grade. So that data will come out, and then we'll continue reviewing that data as they take those screeners.
So they won't take for iStation?
I say they'll be taking it on Renaissance, but it's the same type of screener, yes ma'am.
Is that very confusingly called STAR? Is that the...
RenStar, yes.
Yes.
And
it's dumb. Yeah, they should rebrand it for Texas, for sure.
so RenStar worked very well with us as far as affordability, and so that's the reason it's 2 different, iStation and RenStar.
Okay, so we'll start getting those for all those grades?
Correct,
monthly.
yes ma'am.
The 7th grade reading assessments, where are we with getting all of 7th grade on grade level?
Well, yes ma'am, it's an ongoing intervention, so they're always focusing on their reading skills, their vocabulary, and so that happens during their RLA time, and we've implemented reading time throughout the day, we've implemented writing throughout the day, and so it's just an ongoing intervention that we work with 7th graders at the campus level.
And is that aligned with both campuses? Are they doing the same type of assessments and
Yes ma'am.
assignments?
Yes ma'am. You're welcome.
Any more questions from the board? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ryan and Greg. Now we'll move on to item 4D, Holdsworth Year 2 Partnership Update. And Dr. Jason Lummer will present.
All right, see if I got this down second time around. All right, good evening, President Guerra, Dr. Beal, Board of Trustees. So again, it's my honor to speak about all the hard work that we've been doing with the Holdsworth Center. Now we are embarking on year 2. So what really Holdsworth, the whole point is at the end there. We want to ensure that we get excellent, equitable outcomes for our students. And to do that, what we're doing is we're really investing in our leadership here, because we know that research shows that an effective leader at the campus is what's going to drive student outcomes. So that is where we have been working over the first year, is really providing the foundation through these different programs here. So the DLP, that stands for our District Leadership Pipeline Group, and that is the group that goes to Austin, and we just went to Canada to get learning around what strong leadership looks like, how do we promote those equitable outcomes, and bring that back to the district and start to implement that here. The DST, that's the district support team. That's from the Holdsworth Consultancy, which we get for 4 years. So we only do 2 years of going to Austin, but we get that partnership for 4 years where they still come here and bring their expertise back to the district to help us strengthen our systems. And then the CLP, that just started, so that's years 2 through 4. And that is our campus leadership program. And so currently, actually at Holdsworth right now, today, we have Christine Perez from Seguin High School and Dr. Yolanda Grijalva from Jefferson, who are they're doing actually action research around things that are happening right now on their campus and how to improve those systems. And they're getting us support through Holdsworth as well. And so just a quick overview of kind of just what Holdsworth provides. And again, we're really looking for those indirect outcomes. We want to make sure we have excellent, equitable student outcomes through improved campus culture, teacher retention, effectiveness. Those are the things we want to indirectly happen. And to do that, Holdsworth is helping us build strong systems of leadership and build our capacity of our systems and how we grow our leaders here and support them. So our ultimate goal is we want 2-to-1 ratio of ready leaders. So that is leadership at every level. We're looking at teacher leaders, assistant principals, and principals. We started at the top level. We're working with our principals. That's what we did last year, and we're continuing this year. You just met our next gen fellows earlier. Those are our aspiring principals, so current assistant principals. So we want to always be ready. If a principal position opens up, we have 2 people that we've trained. We know that they've gone through all the training they need to be able to fit a position. We can be like, yeah, we can promote that person, be confident they're going to lead the campus admirably to get those equitable outcomes. So our first year, and y'all were a part of it, and y'all, if you haven't gotten them yet, you'll be getting those beautiful leadership definition pins. You'll see those pins. You'll be getting those this evening for you to give out. We used to give out the Matador pins. We have the new ones now that has our leadership definition on it. You saw Mrs. Mahaffey with the leadership definition on her PowerPoint. So really we want to make sure everybody knows that's our foundation of what it looks like to be a leader at every level, from custodian through superintendent. That's what we expect from every leader in Seguin, which is one team learning together, elevating excellence, OLE, which we always talk about. So now that we have that foundation from year 1, what we're doing in year 2 is we're really working with our assistant principals for the first time, and I've been in other districts, and this is something that's not done very well, is how much professional development assistant principals and principals get. It's very minute everywhere. Even in districts that are large, they don't have it. So this is something that we are making sure that our assistant principals every single month and our principals every single month are getting intensive professional development so they can get better at the job they currently have. And then those next gen are getting that transition of how can they get better moving into a principalship. So we have those 2 levels of leadership. Those are our profiles of what an assistant principal in Seguin ISD should do and what a principal should do and how they should reflect their time value and skills. So we work on that every single month with them. And then we introduced our next gen fellowship people earlier. So what they get is they get that once a month AP training, but they also get once a month specific training on what's called a stretch assignment. So really stretching them, they're going to take on one responsibility really a principal has and get in there and get to work on, this is what it would look like if I was a city principal, and get that experience on the job, because we know research shows 70% of training should be on the job, so they're able to make that applicable to when they're ready to go. And that will take place throughout the entire year, and we will invite you to, in May, they will present all of the work they did for the year, including that stretch assignment, to show all of the hard work that they did and the process and everything they went through. And so I meet with them and their principal 6 times throughout the year to gauge progress, and they present on that as well. So just a great program that we've launched just recently. And then the last thing that we started here in year 2 is called selection sprint. So really this is to fortify the principal hiring process in Seguin ISD. We want to make sure that we know that we are, when we go through the process, that we have the right person at the end of the day. So what we spent a lot of time on going through how to tailor to our community, how to involve the community for that campus, to make sure that we have the right leader for that campus. And so we went through and developed this, which will be posted in this, once we get towards hiring season, this will get posted on the website. So whether you're an internal or external candidate, you can see how Seguin ISD goes through the hiring process to be a campus principal. For everything from defining the profile, how to submit an application, the pre-screening process. We've developed performance tasks that they have to do coming into the interview. They have to show us, levels of skill aligned to our principal profile that was shown earlier. They're going to have to do performance tasks. We've created questions based on that for them that they'll have to do in the interview. We'll comprise a committee interview. Who's going to comprise that committee to deliver that per campus, again, meeting the needs of that campus and our district, and then the final interview process, obviously meeting with our fine superintendent, Dr. Gill, to get that one-on-one so she can put the stamp of approval on that. But that way it's a clear system that we have developed now, so they know what it takes to be a principal here. So that's again, something that hasn't been present in the past, but again, that is something that's going to help ensure that we have the best people leading our campuses, because we know that's what's going to get those equitable outcomes for our students. So that is year 2 and everything that we're launching now to, again, strengthen our leadership systems here in Seguin ISD. Any questions?
Can you speak to how current principals are involved in the process of developing future principals and just the process of how they're involved in that?
Sure. So as far as with the next gen group that's here, they're integral in those 4 because they're going to meet with them every single month. And they have to agree that stretch assignment that we talked about they'll present on. It has to be vetted by the principal and part of that. The profiles that were shown, the assistant principal and the principal profiles, are kind of like almost like our version of an evaluation sheet. It's not evaluative, but these are the skills we feel like they should have. The principals help develop those. So they were a part of that with the leadership definition. They worked to develop everything on that leadership definition, everything on those was through the process of the principals coming in, working with district leaders, getting feedback from everybody to develop what does that look like. So they all mentor their assistant principal, but now they have more of a guideline of this is what they should have. This is how I know that they need to have these skills. So now they have almost a playbook, which they never had before. I mean, they had TPES, but that's kind of, it's not Seguin, right? Like we need to, everything they've agreed upon, this is what great leadership looks like here, based on research from Holdsworth and our people. So now they have that profile to look at, okay, this is how I can mentor them in these skills. So they've gotten feedback, all assistant principals and principals have gotten feedback from people below them. It's called 360-degree feedback, above them, below them, peers, to see areas of strength and weakness, and they can use that playbook now to kind of help craft that.
And what is the support for current principals? What does that look like?
Yeah, so they meet once a month to get the training based on, what are called the competencies, which are the black ring around our leadership definition, like cultivating leaders, growth mindset. We tackle one of those every single month. Last month we worked on systems. They're looking at a system within their school that's not running efficiently, and so they're doing action research on how do I improve that system, getting feedback from the peers, feedback from us as central office to try to figure out how to streamline that system, and then they'll present on that. So almost kind of like a little action research on that. But every one of those competencies will be covered throughout the scope of the year. They almost have a scope and sequence like the students do for their curriculum.
So how do you feel it's going?
Yeah. So Holdsworth has really great analytics. So they use Qualtrics for their feedback. So we've only done 2 sessions of the monthly streamlined session so far. Feedback, we had 96% positive feedback on the first one about how likely they're to implement that now. And then on the last, so we've done 2, the second one was 92%. So overall, pretty good, I would say so far. So they're liking it and they're using it in their school.
And what are some of your challenges you're encountering that you have to overcome?
Good question. I think part of it is just the newness of this. As I disclosed earlier, principals are not used to getting professional learning unless they go to a conference or they go out somewhere. They don't get like that, month to month time. So they're appreciating the ability to reflect on that. So I think them honoring that and what we talk about and making sure that they take what is done in those sessions back to their school and making sure it's seen. I think that'll be one of the challenges that we'll continue to see, is that what happens during the training doesn't just stay there. We need to make sure that's implemented in the school.
Got a question. Are we using this as a recruiting tool for teachers? For example, I know as far as some of the statistics, we have to apply and not all districts are accepted. So it is a very selective process. And yeah, once again, I think that would be something good to put on a posting for teachers and principals that the potential is there for them to go through Holsworth.
Yeah, and that goes to, we started with principals, and I think as we see this mature and reflect, now we're getting assistant principals trying to grow them. And I think next year, the next vision is how do I get teacher leaders to go into assistant and keep growing through that. But yes, them seeing that what this looks like and them starting to see it at the campus level, this trickle down now, I think is a great recruitment tool, yes. Yes.
I know it's the end of October, we're almost in November, and typically October is draining. And being at 3 different campuses just this past week, probably, I saw it on faces. You know, I could see the drain that they're going through. What are we doing to support our principals and our teachers in this time?
Well, yeah, our principals and you know, I went to 7 campuses the last 2 days since we were back in Canada and just talking with them. And you know, this time of year, it's always kind of it's tough. Like you're in it, you're ready for spring break. You're in crunch mode. Your kids are starting to. Yeah, you're ready to get there, and everybody, all the kids are too, and you can feel it. So it's what are we doing? Just the little things. Couple principals, just little meals for them on Fridays, coming Friday. Culture events, bringing in. I mean, AJB last night had a great turnout at their event, and that just kind of galvanizes the troops, bringing in little things like that to bring the community in, bringing in the parents. It does re-energize the teachers a little bit, just doing those things. But anything to build the culture. For the principals, we just celebrated them during their last session here as well. So we got them a little gift as well, just to show appreciation and just supporting them through our campus, our triad meetings that we go to. I think I went to 5 of them today, but just getting feedback, and they're really falling into a great group. Those triad meetings have proven to be great. Just shout out to Linda Guzman today. Her team did a fantastic job doing that. And so I think that's helping as well.
And just for those maybe listening in the audience, what is this triad?
Yes, thank you. The triad is what we've done is we've developed a support system for our campuses based on where they were last year, kind of that QSA type model of performance and attendance and discipline, all of those things, and we had our campuses tiered. And we go out there and we'll look at data, we'll walk classes up based on their school improvement goals, and we'll give feedback. Today we walked through some RLA and some math, and got feedback and looked at their data, presented what their action steps are, and just kind of getting people from the C&I side. Central office comes in to provide those perspectives just to help move that campus forward. And we've seen fruits of that labor so far.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you all.
So now we'll move to item 4E, submission of class size exceptions waiver to the Texas Education Agency. Mr. Trevino will present.
Good evening. Good evening, President Guerra, Dr. Hill, board members, guests. Today, we could remind you that each school district in the state of Texas is required to have a review of the class size enrollment to determine whether class sizes for grades pre-K to 4th grade meet the requirements of the Texas Education Code. If the review indicates that any classes for this grade level, pre-K to 4th, exceed the allowable class size of 22 students per teacher, then we must submit a request for a class size waiver. We did that, and we found that there are 3 classes, 3 campuses, 1 class per each of the campus. We have in 4th grade, Tennessee at 23 students, Queenie at 23 students, and Vogel with 23 students. So at this time, we recommend that you acknowledge the submission of the class size waiver to the state of Texas is required in the Texas Education Code. So this is a decrease from the last month that we did. So things are leveling off in enrollment of new students. I'll entertain questions if you have any.
Any questions on the board? Thank you, Mr. Thurman.
Thank you.
Now we'll move to item 4F, personnel information, professional employees, and Mr. Trevino will present.
Yes, so in front of you we have the updated list of professional employees with 1 new employee and I believe is 5 resignations. Questions that I may be able to respond?
I do want to point out, we did fix that final one on there, right? That's not a ball teacher.
Yes, that is correct.
Any more questions from the board? Thank you, Mr. Thurman.
Thank you.
The next item is 4G, report on Board of Trustees continuing education hours. Under State Board of Education rule, completing requirements required continuing education each year of service is basic obligation and expectation of any sitting board member. As board president, I am required to announce the name of each member who has completed the required continuing education, has exceeded the required continuing education, and is deficient in meeting the required continuing education. The requirements for training are measured as the first anniversary of the date of the trustee's election or appointment, or 2-year anniversary of his or her previous training as applicable. There are 8 training areas for board member continuing education. 1, local district orientation. 2, orientation to the Texas Education Code. 3, post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code. 4, team building. 5, additional continuing education. 6, evaluating student academic performance and setting goals. 7, identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children. 8, school safety. So now I'll announce the names of the board members that have exceeded their continuous education. Carl Jenkins, Alejandro Guerra, Grace Mueller, Linda Duncan, Denise Britton, Joshua Bright, all have exceeded the education. Ben Amador was unable to attend for unforeseen incidents. So if he would have attended the conference that we had in San Antonio, he would have completed. So you'll see that he is deficient/retired, but however, all the arrangements were made, and it was the last minute, like 3 days before the event, that he wasn't able to make it. Does the board have any questions?
Good job to all my fellow trustees exceeding requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Bright.
Can you make us look bad, Mr. Guerrero? 25 hours.
25, I know.
Now we'll move on to item number 5, which is the consent agenda. Items considered and possible approval as applicable. Policy BE local states that the consent agenda shall include items of a routine and or recurring nature grouped together under one action item. All such items shall be acted upon one vote without separate discussion unless a board member requests that an item be withdrawn for individual consideration. The remaining items will be adopted under a single motion and vote as applicable. 5A, approval of board minutes of special meeting September 16, 2024, and regular meeting September 24, 2024. 5B, approval of tax collection reports for September 2024. 5C, approval of proposed budget amendments and financial statements for August 2024. 5D, approval of donations received September 2024. 5E, approval of investments report for the first quarter ended September 30, 2024. 5F, approval of district-wide vehicle maintenance parts and services, request for approval, request for proposal 24-01. 5G, approval of district-wide special education services, RFP 2405. 5H, approval of district-wide educational continuing services, RFP 2406. 5I, approval of Texas Education Human Resources Day. And 5J, acknowledge Public Information Act request, September through October 2024. Does any board member wish to pull individual item? Hearing none, do I hear a motion to approve the consent?
Mr. President, I move to approve all items as read for consent agenda.
Motion has been made by Joseph Wright and second by Denise Creighton to approve the consent items 5A through J. Are there any discussions? Are there any discussions? Are there any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed, 6-0. And now we'll move on to item 6, closed session. Board will adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act. 6A, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, 551.129, consultation with legal counsel, including possible telephone consultation with legal counsel as necessary to address legal concerns, implications, and answer any legal questions regarding posted agenda items. 6A1, safety audit findings will be discussed in the closed session. 6B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discuss personnel matters, including appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline or dismissal of employee or employees. 6B1, discussion regarding proposed termination of Chapter 21 probationary contract employee. 6C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, discuss the sale, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. 6D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.00821, deliberation regarding public school student. It is 8:50, and we will now go into closed session. Do the board members want a 5-minute break before? So we'll have a 5-minute break before we go into closed session. It is 11:08, and we'll reconvene in the open meeting. The board will take appropriate action on items, if necessary, as discussed in closed session. Item 7A. 1, possible action on professional personnel, including appointment, employment, evaluation, assignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of public employee. A1, possible action regarding termination of Chapter 21 probationary contract employee.
Mr. President, I move to propose the termination and suspend without pay of the Chapter 21 probationary contract employee as recommended by administration.
Motion has been made by Denise Crittenden and second by Linda Duncan. Are there any discussions? Any discussions? Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed 6-0. And I'll move out of the action items. 8A, consideration and approval of the district and campus performance objectives for the 2024-25 school year. Ms. Lyons will present. Lyons. Or,
Good evening, President Guerra, Dr. Behe, Board of Trustees. I'm going to present the district and campus improvement plan for October 29, 2024. We have our continuous improvement process, starting with our data analysis, going to our needs assessment, then our improvement plan, and then we implement and monitor. Under the comprehensive needs assessment, we look at 4 data points: demographic, academic achievement, processes and programs, and perceptions. Starting with goal 1, this aligns with our strategic plan as well. Increase the percentage of 3rd grade students whose score meets at grade level or above star reading from 36 to 55 by August 2027. And then we have 3 performance objectives underneath goal 1. I'll give you just a minute to read through those. I'm going to read them. Goal 2, increase the percentage of 3rd grade students whose score meets grade level or above on STAR mathematics from 28% to 52% by August 2027. And again, we have 3 performance objectives below this goal. Goal 3, increase the percentage of graduates who meet the college, career, or military readiness (CCMR) requirements from 58.6% to 80% by August 2027, with 3 performance objectives below. Goal 4, Seguin ISD will improve student, parent, community, and staff satisfaction as determined by the Gallup poll, with 3 performance objectives below. Goal 5, based on school performance framework, campus tiering, 80% or more of Seguin ISD students will be enrolled in a campus that is Tier 1 or Tier 2 by August 2027, with 1 performance objective.
Can you define the QSA?
Yes, ma'am, it's the quality seats analysis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry.
That's it. Any questions?
Board members have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I hear a motion to approve item 8A?
I move that we approve the district and campus performance objectives.
Motion has been made by Greg Mueller. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Joshua Bright. Any discussions? Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed 6-0. We'll now move on to item 8B. Consider approval of the naming of the baseball complex of the Seguin High School softball, baseball, and softball complex. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. President, I move we postpone this until our next regular meeting. I will second.
Motion has been made by Joshua Bright, second by Carl Jenkins. Are there any discussions? Any discussions? Any discussions?
I think for me, in looking at the nominations, I think there were a lot of people who maybe didn't completely get their voices heard here. Either they didn't put all the parts that they needed, or just, I don't think everyone was heard, and I would love to give the opportunity for everyone to have their input. I just want to make sure we hear all the voices in this. So if we could take some additional time, but also allow for some more community input, I would feel better, so that anybody on this list knows, or that has a great idea this week or whenever, just has a little more time to give it in.
I'd also like to clean up the verbiage that we use in the motion and how it's presented on the agenda, to also include, because it says the baseball field and it says the softball field, but I'd like the opportunity for it to also state naming of the complex itself. And then the other parts if we decide to do that.
Yeah, so when we asked the community, we said, the baseball and softball fields and complex and parts thereof, and I feel like that didn't make it onto this agenda, and it leaves us with just two motions, where we could have a lot of motions if we decided to name various parts, or we decided to name the whole thing. I'm not comfortable in the way that it's worded in doing that.
Any more discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed 6-0. Item 8C, consider approval of the naming of the softball complex of the Seguin High School baseball and softball complex.
Mr. President, I move we postpone this until our next regular meeting.
Motion has been made by Joshua Bright and second by Linda Duncan to postpone until next regular meeting. Are there any discussions?
Just to reiterate what was said before, sorry, Mr. Jenkins. Just to reiterate what was said before by Ms. Crediton and Ms. Duncan, like, we're just looking for more input from the community to make sure everybody gets their voice heard, and again, clean up the verbiage that we're using for the actual agenda item.
I think too, we heard at the beginning of our meeting this evening, we heard from some class of 1960 residents and enlightened us on some things, and so this might be another opportunity for their voice to be heard as well.
Are there any further discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed 6-0. Now we'll move to item number 9, which is board comments and requests. Do the board members have any comments or requests?
I'd just like to say thank you for 8 years serving on the board, and always has it been a fairy tale existence. I mean, there's been really good times, there's been really bad times. I've seen Seguin ISD come a long ways during the 8 years that I've been here, Is it exactly where I want it to be? No, but we always have a room for improvement. I was thinking about it earlier, what I cherish the most that happened in those 8 years is probably the ballet folklorico and the mariachi band coming to light and seeing them thrive and become an integral part of the fine arts of Seguin ISD. When I first came to Seguin ISD, I had boys in football, and I told everybody then, I said, this isn't about football. I love football, but this is about the whole picture, and every kid should have an opportunity. And I think we're doing that here in Seguin. That was my hope 8 years ago, and it's still my hope today that we leave no kids behind. Everybody has a chance for success. And it's bittersweet. Today's my last board meeting, and I'm gonna miss all of y'all for sure. Everybody has my phone number in their phone. You're welcome to call me, text me anytime. I'm not gonna bug y'all because I'm just a citizen after the election. I'll be willing to help out on committees and things like that if you need help. I love Seguin ISD. I really do. One of the crowning moments of my board thing was to see both my sons graduate and walk across that stage. Thanks for everything.
It truly is hard work that we're doing up here, and some decisions are hard, but I think that each person sitting up here is here for our students, and I hope that they know that they are loved and thought of, and that we are trying to make the best decisions for everyone. Thanks, Carl.
We appreciate you, Clara. And Ben and Centra, I do want to say it's been a rough few weeks here. So anybody out there who watches this or does anything, if you have the chance to support some kids or some staff, please take the chance. We have a football game on Friday. That is an excellent time because you get not only football, coach daily, but you get band and cheer and dance and ROTC and choir and theater kids selling glowing things and whoever's working in the concession stand. You get lots of kids and lots of adults. You get tons of admin that you can thank. If you've been needing to send an email to somebody to say thank you for the way they open the car door in the morning for your elementary student, take this opportunity because it's a hard time for everybody. So please take the opportunity to show some support for whoever makes your day better or your kids' day better, and for whatever kids get a chance to make a day better for. Also, it's a class of 94 reunion on Friday, and so come and say hi to all those folks. Hopefully we in Bryan Falls.
You missed that earlier, Coach. We had a little discussion about that game, so no pressure.
Any more comments?
Just one, as a reminder, early voting is open till the 1st, and then voting, election day is on November 5th. Please get out and vote.
And that was a comment I was going to make. Vote, vote, vote. Exercise your right to vote. Thanks again, Carl. I only made it for 6 years, but I've learned a lot, believe it or not. I've been watching you. Item number 10, to adjourn the meeting.
Mr. President, Ben and I move to adjourn.
I second.
Carol has made a motion to adjourn the meeting, second by Denise Goodman. All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed 6-0.